5:30, now I will call this meeting to order. And this is a joint meeting of the Milpitas City Council, Housing Authority, and Municipal Financing Authority of January 21st, 2025. I'll call this meeting to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. Vice Mayor Barbadillo is participating remotely from Kameha Grand Zurich Business Center at Du Fawkes Strauss 1, Zurich, Switzerland, pursuant to the California Government Code, Section 54953. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 50 languages with Wordly accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code located at the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll call.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lien. Here. Mayor Montano.
And I am here. Excuse me. But before we adjourn to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have 3 items on closed session. The first is conference with real estate property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property at issue is 174 and 176 South Main Street in Milpitas, California. The agency's negotiator is our Economic Development and Strategic Initiatives Director, Alex Andrade. The negotiating parties is the City of Milpitas and 286 Lynn Avenue, LLC. Under consideration is price and terms of payment. You also have 2 conferences with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The first being Gurney versus City of Milpitas, WCAB case number ADJ 1898792, and the second Emmanuel versus City of Milpitas, WCAB case numbers ADJ 1472361 and ADJ 147229396. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before, I will call for the public comment on the closed session items.
We have no public speaker cards.
And please note that tonight's public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. So I don't see anybody out in the public. And so now we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you very much. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Nice to see
Same here. Hope I don't get you sick.
you. Don't get too close.
I got my fellow council members sick over there.
Dear.
Too close.
Progress.
Testing. 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 Okay, so it looks like we got the thumbs up to start. So we have invocation by will be done by Council Member Chua.
Sorry, just one quick more test, test, test. 1, 2.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's invocation. We pray our city, state, and national leaders would give them wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Grant them favors, increase their faith, and prepare them to pursue your excellence. Draw them to you to fulfill your purpose. And lastly, guide our city leaders to keep our residents, businesses, communities safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that nice invocation. Straight from the heart. Okay, so now we will be doing presentations. If my colleagues can join me down at the down there. Okay. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so the first presentation is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20th, 2025. And it will be accepted by MUSD and the CBO, Dorothy Reconose, and Board President Chris Norwood. So good evening, everyone. Today we honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a leader who dedicated his life to justice, equality, and unity. His vision of a more just society continues to inspire us. As we proclaim Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in Milpitas, let us reflect on his message of peace and service. I encourage all residents to embody his values by fostering inclusivity and giving back to our community. Together we can continue the work he has started and build a brighter future for all. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in recognizing January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Milpitas. And if Chris Norwood and Ms. Redcon Dorothy can come up here to come and accept this proclamation from the city of Milpitas and the city council. Podium's all yours.
Well, thank you so much for this. We appreciate our partnership, the city and school district partnership, and we look forward for continuous work that we do together to make our city and school district a place that is desirable for everybody. And we just want to thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to echo the words that our CBO, Dorothy Recanose, had shared in regards to the partnership with the Milpitas Unified School District and the city of Milpitas. The work that the elected officials, the community, the parents, the students, the teachers, the cities, the civil servants, we do is hard. And if we continue to focus on the values that Dr. Martin Luther King had in his heart when he talked about taking care of the people, equality, and providing opportunity for all, Milpitas will continue to head in the direction that we all know that we want it to go. Thank you again, Mayor Montano and City Council, for this opportunity to accept this proclamation and keep the hope and the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King alive. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. True partnership here, school district and the city council. Okay, so now it's the Lunar New Year, January 29th, 2025. And it will be accepted by Jane Chen or a colleague from the Mandarin Language and Cultural Center. So good evening, everyone. It is my honor to recognize Lunar New Year 2025 and celebrate the rich cultural traditions that make our community so vibrant. This year, we welcome the Year of the Snake, symbolizing wisdom, resilience, and transformation, qualities that inspire us all. Lunar New Year is a time for family, reflection, and renewal, and it strengthens the bonds of our diverse community. On behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council extend our best wishes for a year filled with health, happiness, and prosperity. Happy Lunar New Year. And we will give this presentation, this proclamation. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jane Chen, Principal of Mandarin Language and Cultural Center. We are a heritage school teaching Mandarin on Friday nights at Rancho Middle School and Sina Elementary School in Milpitas. It's our pleasure to participate this Lunar New Year event. I believe this is the sixth year we joined City Hall for this fun and meaningful event, and we have well prepared. The material is good for 200 kids and adults to have fun together, and welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. So are there any speakers, City Clerk?
We have a speaker card from Voltaire Montemayor.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Montemayor.
I just scribbled what I have to say. Anyway, Mayor, Vice Mayor in the air, Zoom, members of the City Council, City Manager and staff. Yeah, my topic today, I'll start with the bills that I got from the PG&E, I'm not questioning. It's just like it's a big amount considering this one time of the NEM, the net energy metering summary. Kind of big at one time. Maybe there's a way to have it installment or help some people that couldn't afford at one-time payment. And anyway, we have they've been taking out some standard or regular payments, but still the big one, the NEM charges before taxes is kind of big in one time. The fire and other calamities victims, oh, I felt it. First responders, as we know, great job. Even everybody, we can help. We have ideas, but maybe conditional for now. We don't want like a question any put negative. All we know is 110% of the first responders they did. The hard part is the strong winds. It's winter, but when we have strong air and there's material flammable and there's fire, then it's hard to stop. Anyway, when we say MLK Jr., I always go underneath the MLK Bridge in LA and the speakers. Yeah, I heard him. Great job. I mean, congratulations. And the speaker for the Lunar New Year, I always attend the yearly event at the site, and my time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
No one from the public? Okay, seeing none, and we will close this. Now, announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I asked the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Lian?
None.
Mayor Montano?
And I am none.
I further asked the mayor and all members of the Milpitas City Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from any of the development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Lian?
None.
Mayor Montano?
And I am none.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. And now moving on to the Milpitas Code of Conduct, and I will read the Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to the agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes before making a motion? We have Councilmember Lamb that wants to, I see your, oh, okay, so let me see, we go back. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion to accept the agenda? Seeing none, I will make the motion to accept the agenda. Is there a second? And then Councilmember Lian has made a second. And so let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb? Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am an aye, thank you. And now moving on to the consent calendar. We'll ask staff for any comments.
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
And is the consent calendar okay to proceed as agendized? If so, we'll have Councilmember Chua. Let me see. Here you go.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second? And it was seconded by Councilmember Lian. Please call for the vote.
Mayor, we need to call for public comment.
Oh, public comment. Sorry about that. I missed that.
I have no public speaker cards.
Anyone from the public want to make a comment on consent and any consent items? Okay. Actually, I'm going to backtrack. I want to pull item, oh, never mind. That's a different one. It's under leadership and support services, so never mind. Okay, so we had a motion by Councilmember Chua and a second by Councilmember Lian. And so now we will call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Is this for the consent?
Yes,
We
this is
just
for the
do
consent.
Consent.
Okay, yes, aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am an aye. Thank you. So now moving on to leadership and support services. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, our first item is a report on our annual, in this case, 2025 Citywide Community Engagement Survey. As the council will recall, this survey is done each year in conjunction with the budget process. And we have our consultant, Kurt Balo, here again from FM3 to present the results of the survey. And Assistant City Manager Matt Kano is also here to answer questions. So we'll turn the time over to Kurt for the presentation of the survey results.
All right. Thank you very much. Kurt Balo here from FM3 Research. Happy to present the results and be here in person to present them. I was presented some results for a different type of survey last year virtually, so it's nice to see people in person. I'm just going to say next for each slide, and there's a bunch of them to get through. So if there is a quick question about sort of what's on there, maybe we can do an interruption. Up to you, Mayor, how do you want to handle this? Or maybe put the questions towards the end because there's quite a few to get through.
Do it at the end.
Okay, great. All right, next slide, please. So a quick note about our methodology and what makes this different from, let's say, a survey, monkey survey or something like that is that we are trying to mirror the residential population here in Milpitas. And we do the same methodology for surveys of this nature whenever we conduct them. So this is not a voter survey. This is a resident survey of those over 18 or 18 or over. And we want to put some controls in place to make sure we're getting a sample that reflects what the US Census data says in terms of the distribution of ages, ethnicities, education levels, and things of that nature. And how we go about that is we take a random sample of residential addresses, single-family homes, apartments, condos, you name it, and we pull that random sample. So given the random nature of that, theoretically, everyone has a possibility of being contacted in their household to participate in the survey. And then we take those addresses that we've pulled in our sample and we match them to both public and private data, sort of commercial data and publicly available data to find phone numbers and email addresses. And then we proactively reach out to people and say, hey, here's an email, click on this link and take this survey. And that link will work once and it's connected to that household. Or we'll place a phone call. Hey, can you take a survey on the phone with us? And we offer those in a few different languages. And that household will be contacted once. We send text messages for the online survey. And then if an address that we selected randomly, we were unable to find any email or phone numbers that matched with it, we would send them a postcard with a link to take the survey online and a unique code so that it can be taken only once. And the reason we have these protections in there is that we don't want someone to sort of stuff the ballot box, as it were, and have a bunch of people from the same household take the survey, or have send it to their friends and family. Make sure you take the survey so that we can get the right answers that we want. And then we set these quotas for things like education, ethnicity, age, and we go through and balance those out so we get proportions that reflect your adult population. So it's a little bit of a time-consuming process. It takes several weeks to do the survey. It takes a while for the postcards to get mailed. We do the email and text invitations are pretty quick. And then the phone calls are kind of the last stage where we fill in a lot of those demographic blanks. Long explanation there, but we did a little over 600 interviews. Given some of the statistical weighting we did at the end here for the full sample, we generate a margin of sampling error of plus or minus 4%. A few questions we asked of the half of the sample. There's a lot of stuff in here, and so sometimes it's too much to ask someone that many questions. About a 20-minute survey. So some people, we split sampled them where they would get one version of the question or the other, and I can point out some of those. And so for questions that were split sampled, the margin of sampling error is about 6%. We'll just kind of round 4% and 6%. We have lots of different tracks. For the most part, the tracks that we have are from prior residential surveys. We did slip, you didn't do a resident community survey like this last year in lieu of voter surveys, looking at some of the ballot measures. And so we slipped a few questions from these community surveys onto the voter survey. And so there's a few places where we've noted that, oh, this is a tracking question, but it was asked of voters in that year and not residents. In some places you'll see it makes no difference. A couple others, it was more notable. So with that, we'll go on to the next slide. So I'm going to hit a couple of key numbers here. Sorry, Mayor, looks like maybe Councilmember Lamb is.
That's why I said we could wait till after he does the presentations for questions. Yeah, I mean, is it a, well, let me ask the council. Council, do you prefer to do as he asked for just a presentation, or would you rather wait to the end? Let's have Vice Mayor, Councilmember Chua.
I think if it's brief and also Councilmember Lamb is getting used to this process, I think it's okay. But generally, we should ask our questions at the end.
So for this moment, I guess we'll wait till the end, but we'll go ahead and honor your question now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to previous slide? Margin of sample error. You have full sample 4% at 95% confidence and half sample 5.7% at 95% confidence. Can you explain that?
Sure. So a question that was asked of the full 647 respondents, which is most of the questions, what it means is that if we so like there's a quality of life question, it'll be one of the first ones I go over through here. It means that if we conducted this survey and polled a sample 100 times, did it 100 times, that 95 times the results would be within that 4%, given just randomness you're going to get from the sample itself. Now, for some questions, we didn't ask them of the full 647, but of 320 some odd respondents. So that is a smaller subset, and the margin of sampling error goes a little bit higher. So that goes to 6%. So generally speaking, it's probably most pertinent when you're looking at the tracking data. So for questions asked of the full sample, if last time we asked it, it was at question response was at 53%, and this time it's at 55. And that's in the margin of sampling error. I wouldn't read too much into that distinction. Versus if the distinction is, oh, maybe it's 7 points different. Oh, okay, that feels like it's meaningful and beyond what we might get in sort of the randomness of pulling a sample.
Do you answer your question? Okay, thank you. Okay, you may continue.
Okay. I'm going to hit a couple key points. I'm going to get into these in more detail. But the first one here is, hey, 86% of the people who took this survey, residents said they're satisfied with the quality of life in Milpitas. We'll see that this is a nice trend. A little more than 3/4 are satisfied with city services. Next slide here. 7 out of 10 approve of the job that city government's doing, broadly speaking. and last one here. So those were all really nice positive numbers. We'll get into those. This is not necessarily a negative number, but a few places in here I'm going to try to zero in on points that you might want to focus on in the upcoming year. 3/4 of residents felt like the cost of housing is an extremely very serious problem, and almost the same amount. Again, this is a good margin of error difference here. It's kind of in the same sort of bucket. Feel like inflation and rising costs is an extremely very serious problem. So in these results, as you look through them, there's a lot of high levels of satisfaction with life here, a lot of good feelings about the job city government's doing, and underneath that all, there is still some very acute concern about cost of living issues and cost of housing. Shouldn't come to any surprise to anyone here, I would imagine, but I want to kind of keep that in mind as we look through these results. Next slide, please. All right, so the first section is overall impressions of life here in the city. Here's that satisfaction number. We're just looking at that 86% in a little more detail. You could say you were very satisfied with the quality of life here, somewhat satisfied. Those are the shades of blue. Shades of orange are shades of dissatisfaction. They are much smaller. There's not that many people who are very dissatisfied. And right around, historically, you'll see that there's about 1/5 to 1/4 of residents have been very satisfied. And there's a lot of consistency here. Maybe the satisfaction numbers have gone up from around 80%, kind of pre-pandemic, and now we're in the mid to upper 80s, but some consistency over the last few years. And yeah, it's a nice place to live, and your residents seem to feel that way as well. Next slide, please. Now here's where we get into things that are on people's mind. So we asked them and presented these in random order. Hey, how serious of a problem do you think this is? And the bars are, the darkest orange is this an extremely serious problem, and then the middle-ish orange, a very serious problem, somewhat. The blue bars are it's not too serious of a problem. This is a scale that is intentionally skewed one way because these are problems. We want to get the intensity of those feelings. There's 2 slides here. There's a top 2, housing costs and generally cost of living more broadly. That's that's the big problem that residents see here. That is not a thing that is unique to Milpitas, but helpful to know. In between those dashed red lines, we phrased it a couple different ways here. Homelessness, broadly speaking, and more narrowly, homeless encampments. There's not a huge difference there, but they're clearly kind of the second-tier issues behind cost of living. And then below that second dashed red line, we see a few other items where a majority feel like they're extremely very serious problems, but the intensity is distinctly lower than the other 4 items here, and that's traffic and roads and illegal dumping. Next slide, please. And here you'll see items where the extremely very serious numbers get just a hair below 50%, and you start to see those blue bars get a little bit bigger, so about 1/4 of people aren't really concerned about public landscaping and blight issues. Crime, there's a lot of people who think it's a somewhat serious problem, but the intensity is much lower than the things like homelessness, cost of housing, and things of that nature. We have some tracks for that. So the next slide here. Moving on to a different set of questions. We had a few questions in here where we presented a statement to the respondents of the survey, and we asked them to indicate whether they agree or disagree with that statement. And we presented them in slightly different ways and grouped them a little bit differently in the course of this presentation. But this one is interesting. These 2 statements, I feel different cultures are celebrated in Milpitas, and I'm proud to live in Milpitas. There has been virtually no change over time, and it's been sort of around that 80% number who agree with those statements. And that's been really consistent. I mean, look, those lines are just like, they're not really moving. People feel really good about the diversity of the city and feel very proud to live here, and that has not changed over time, whether we ask that amongst residents or in that little asterisk there on the 2023, that was in the voter survey. No distinctions there either. Next slide. This is an interesting one, and it's changed a lot. And pre and post COVID, when it comes to rate of growth and development, there's been big changes in people's perceptions everywhere. So we asked this in general, and we didn't ask this type of rate of growth and development, but say in general, do you feel like the rate of growth and development in Milpitas is too fast or too slow? We have some intensity there too. The darker bars are either much too fast or somewhat too fast. And you'll see that pre-pandemic, we had about 50% to 40% saying that it was too fast growth and development in the city. And that's changed quite a bit. Now you've got majorities feel like it's about right. Still more people feel like it's too fast and too slow. But those dark blue bars, those who feel like it's much too fast, it's only about 1 in 10 residents now, whereas back in January of 2019, that was about a third of residents felt like it was much too fast. Next slide, please. This is a new question, no tracks, just put it on here. Working with staff on some of the bigger issues you're looking at here. Another agree, disagree statement here. And it's that italicized language there. I can usually meet my shopping and personal service needs without leaving Milpitas. 4 out of 5, 81% of survey respondents said, I agree with that statement. And about a third said they strongly agree with it. We didn't dig into this any deeper because this was the first time we asked the question. The idea was, let's see what kind of response we get and whether it warrants further investigation. But interestingly enough, most residents feel like they can do most of the shopping they need in the city. Next slide, please. All right, next section is on public safety. Next slide, please. So this is a fill in the blank, and these were presented in random order as well. We would say either in a specific place or a specific activity, can you tell me how safe you feel? And there's a blank, like in your neighborhood or walking in Milpitas or driving in Milpitas. And they could indicate they would feel safe or unsafe and have degrees of intensity with that as well. And the gray bars being, I don't really know how to answer that, or I feel somewhere in the middle. And you'll see that by and large, residents feel safe across the board in their neighborhoods in particular, in shopping, in parks, walking and driving. Really strong majorities feel safe. There's a little intensity difference. People feel more intensely safe in their own neighborhood versus driving. But still, more than 3/4 of survey respondents say, hey, I feel safe driving in Milpitas. And not that many feel unsafe. Bicycling is just one little exception, and part of it is the gray bar is kind of big. A bunch of people don't ride bikes, don't really know, have an opinion, don't really have bicycle riders maybe in their households. So if you remove that 27% and recalculate the percentages, those who had an opinion about bicycling in Milpitas, 74% said they'd feel safe. Still means that that unsafe number is still bigger than any of the other categories, but by and large, people feel safe riding bikes in the city as well. Next slide. So we have asked these over time, and some of these tracking things is too detailed. So the gray bars were these different activities and locations where there hasn't been much change. It's kind of interesting that the driving and bicycling has had the most kind of volatility over time, and it makes a little bit of a sense because when in the pandemic there was a time period where people weren't driving around as much and bicycling was more prevalent in that 2021 time frame, and people felt more safe bicycling. You'll see that those who felt safe driving and bicycling got pretty close to the same number back and we did the survey at the very end of 2022. And now it's kind of split again, but there seems to be a little more year-to-year distinction in the perceptions around those two activities. Next slide, please. And this is a question that's just about perceptions. It has nothing to do with the actual underlying data that your police department may have, but we asked, do you think in the past year that either property crime or violent crime has increased or decreased or stayed the same in the city? So half of the respondents got asked about property crime and half about violent crime, just to kind of squeeze both concepts in there. So this is a 6% margin of sampling error. And you'll see that more people think that both property and violent crime has increased than decreased, but that level of those who feel like is it increasing activity has gone down. So at the end of 2022, almost half of residents felt like property crime had been increasing over the prior year. That's down to 30%. And there was a 10% decline in the perceptions around violent crime. So residents feel like those arrows are not pointing up as strongly as they had been in the past. Next slide, please. And in the public safety realm, we also have your fire department and your police department. And residents strongly approve of the job they are doing. 92% approve of the fire department, 82% of the police department. And there's only very small minorities who disapprove of the work that those departments are doing in your city, which makes sense given how safe people feel. Next slide, please. And you'll see these numbers have not changed much over time at all. They're pretty steady here, like around in the 80s, the 90% for both police and fire. Next slide, please. Now we're going to do a couple slides about city government, and then we're going to get into specific services you provide. So again, we have these agree-disagree statements. So blue bars are shades of agreement, orange bars are shades of disagreement. And you'll see here about pretty large majorities trust the city's plan for the future, think city government operates in an open and accountable manner, and trust the city's management of their tax dollars. The dark orange bars, those who strongly disagree with these statements, like, hey, I really don't trust the city to manage my money and I really don't trust their plan. Those are all in the single digits. The dark blue bars, those who feel most robustly in favor of these statements, is about 1 in 5-ish, but pretty broad agreement. Next slide, please. And you'll see that these have been sort of moving together over time. This is one place where that voter survey kind of stuck out a little bit differently. You'll notice a few other slides, there wasn't much of a difference. When we asked these questions about planning for the future, accountability, openness, managing tax dollars, voters were a little more circumspect than maybe residents, broadly speaking. And it's a slightly different population, but they have been moving, all these different perceptions have been moving together in lockstep. Next slide, please. We did ask those approval ratings for police and fire, and we talked about those in the public safety portion. Now here's more broadly, hey, do you approve of the job city government's doing? And that was that 71% number I showed you at the beginning. 2/3 approve of the job the council is doing here, and just a hair less than 2/3 approve of the job the city is doing managing its budget. Next slide, please. These numbers were kind of holding steady for each of those different perceptions up until the end of 2022, when the approval ratings went up for all three of them, frankly. You remember the police and fire was kind of a straight lines over time. Looking at city government overall, the council and the city's budget management, those perceptions went up at the end of 2022. They've come down a tick from then, but still are higher than they were, let's say, around 2020 or 2021. Next slide, please. So now we're going to get into services and programs. This is kind of the fun part for me. Next slide. So first we ask, think of this as a big funnel. City services overall, how satisfied are you? 78% said they were satisfied, 12% said very satisfied, 4% said very dissatisfied. So the vast majority of residents feel satisfied, broadly speaking, with the services you're providing. There's not a lot of intensity around that. We'll get into specific services and we'll start to see the variability there with the intensity, but broadly speaking, they feel pretty good about it. And that, in aggregate, those numbers have not changed. That total satisfied number has only varied 5% going back to 2020. The intensity has gone down some. So 12% very satisfied is the lowest it's been, but it's pretty comparable to, like, let's say 2020. And the dissatisfied numbers have been really, really consistent, kind of in that teens range. Next slide, please. So now what we're going to do is we're going to break this into a long list of service categories. And many of these we've asked about in the past, and we work, and staff basically gives us input on what categories to look at. And what we'll do first is talk about how important residents feel these services are. And then we're going to go to the same list and ask how satisfied they are, and we'll put those together. So first slides here are about importance. Next slide, please. And we split sampled all these because this is way too many things to ask any one individual about. They would hang up the phone or quit mid-survey on their computers. But we presented these in random order and we asked, hey, how important is this to making Milpitas a good place to live? And the dark blue bars are the ones who feel like, hey, this is extremely important, then vary somewhat. And the orange bars are the people who say it's not too important. You'll see that almost very few of these things have appreciable orange bars. Everyone thinks these are important. So we want to look at the intensity. So the top items here were those dark blue bars. The extremely important numbers are above 50%. Some public safety items here, some basic streets, roads, sewers, traffic laws, emergency, and this is pre, Southern California fires here, natural disasters, providing police services. Those are all, more than 50% of residents think those are extremely important services provided by your city. Just below that, we have some things about parks, senior programs, local businesses, support services. Next slide. Thank you. So now we're into the 70% range, extremely very important, and those dark blue bars, we don't have any in the 50s. We're barely getting into the 40s for some of these, but we have keeping residents informed about city programs, dealing with blight, rec programs, policies to support affordable housing, after-school programs for young people. These are all things that are really seen as important, but there's some intensity differences from those we saw on the first slide. Next slide. And this is going through here, you'll notice the orange bars don't get very big here for any of these items, but now we start to see a few of these get into the last two, get below 70%, extremely very important. But we see bicycle lanes, recruiting new businesses, supporting arts in the city, and operating smart. None of them are being dismissed. The biggest not too important number is only 12%. There's all gradations of intensity. So if you compare something that's in the 20s in terms of extremely important versus in the upper 50s, you'll see there's a really big intensity difference there. Next slide. So now we're going to look at those same items, but we use a different question. How satisfied are you? Satisfied or dissatisfied? So next slide. And we'll see that there is where we see a little more distinctions. Blue bars are levels of satisfaction, orange bars are levels of dissatisfaction, and gray bars, which will become more pertinent in the second and third slide here, are people who say, I don't know. So satisfaction levels with emergency response, police services, broadly speaking, those are all in the 80% range. A lot of these items here, 70% or more of residents are satisfied with. There's a distinction between the emergency response and public landscaping. The intensity is pretty different, but in aggregate, the satisfaction levels are pretty high. Next slide, please. So everything here has a satisfaction level in the 60s. Pretty much less than 20% are very satisfied. So these are all, we're splitting hairs looking at the distinction between supporting a diverse range of arts and cultural activities and removing blight. There were kind of all margin of error kind of differences. But as I look through this, it's just like a theme when I've done these surveys for you in the past. People like living here, they like the job you're doing. I'm kind of going to pick at some scabs and look around for little things that I'm trying to say, hey, this is an area where you might want to focus on. And one of them stands out here, which is the paving and repairing streets and roads. You still have 61% of residents who are satisfied with the job you're doing there, but 37% are dissatisfied. Now, it's not an intensely held feeling, but if you're going to ask, what do the results say as an area for some additional focus, that these results point to that. Next slide. And you'll see here that the gray bars start to get big, which kind of makes sense. We're asking about senior services. If you don't have a senior in your household, maybe you don't really feel like comfortable saying you're satisfied or dissatisfied. If you don't know what SMART is, maybe you're like, well, I don't know, so I'm not going to voice an opinion about that. But nothing has terrible dissatisfaction numbers. The only other ones where kind of caught our eye is that developing policies to support affordable housing. 29% dissatisfied, but there's 15% said they were dissatisfied. So that was one area where I'll put a pin in that. few slides from now, you'll see that this kind of comes up again. Next slide, please. So now we're going to combine these two. Next slide. What we're looking for is mismatches. Is there something that your residents feel is incredibly important, but their satisfaction levels are lower than you want them to be? Then that says that may be something you want to spend some more time focusing on. So what we have here is the axis, the horizontal axis is the percentage of respondents who said each of these service areas was either extremely or very important. And the vertical axis is the satisfaction number. Hey, everything's in the upper right-hand quadrant. Everything is important and satisfaction levels are pretty high. But remember, we had some pretty big numbers of people who didn't really know how to rate some of these services. So if you go to the next slide, what we do is on the satisfaction numbers, we take out the don't knows and recalculate the satisfied number. We call that informed satisfaction. Those are the people who could actually say something about one of the service categories. And now everything's really clumped up there. But next slide. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom in this area. So I'm going to change the axis. Next slide, please. And hit advance one more time. Yes, so we've changed the axis. We zoomed in here. So now we're only looking at things that are extremely or very important, 60%, informed satisfaction, 6%. Let's click one more time. So here's two items that were seen as your two most important service categories: emergency response, sewer and wastewater. And guess what? It's great. Satisfaction levels with them are the highest. So that's like a perfect alignment. Things that your residents feel are critically important and they're satisfied with. That's exactly kind of how you want it to work out. Next slide. Couple outliers here. One is a bigger outlier, one's a little bit of a lesser one. The biggest outlier is the paving and repairing of streets and roads. More than 90% feel like that's an extremely important service, and the satisfaction level is still above 60%, but it's way out of line with other things that are seen as really important. So that's something that catches our eye. And the other one that's kind of in this category is the developing policies to support affordable housing. We saw a little bit of that dissatisfaction pop up on some of the earlier slides. Next slide, please. And if you're looking for things where maybe the satisfaction levels are really high, but they're not seen as high a priority service, it was these three, with smart arts programs and programs that celebrate diversity in the city. It's not to say that, still majorities feel like these are all important, but if you're sort of looking at like, theoretically, you'd have a line, right? As importance goes up, satisfaction goes up if you're really trying to match it. And those are kind of sticking out on the other side of that spectrum. Next slide, please. We've also asked about this in the past here. We give respondents a hypothetical budget of $100. Say the city has a $100 budget, and I always get the terminology wrong for this, but you have these 6 different priority areas. I don't think that's the right terminology, that you as a city have been working with for a number of years. And we say, in these 6 areas, if you were to divide $100, how would you divide it? And this is without an understanding of how much something costs in reality. The example I always think about this is when you ask people how much of the US government budget goes to foreign aid, and people will say like 30%, and it's like, 1% or something really small. It's hard for people who have other things they're worrying about to know. But it does give us a relative prioritization here. They're more likely to give money to public safety, probably the top bucket. Neighborhoods and housing is probably the second. Economic development third, and then transportation, community wellness, environment are all kind of in the same, they kind of sprinkle those in at the same level of investment. Next slide. We've asked about these in the past, and you'll notice that there's not huge differences there, but public safety has changed. It was around a quarter of that $100 back in 2021. As recently as the end of 2022, that number had come down quite a bit. Now it's gone back up. So perceptions about how much money in your budget should be dedicated to public safety have varied, but gone back up to a higher level. Next slide, please. One kind of catch-all question we have, just to see if we're missing anything, is an open-ended question. Hey, what's the most important thing the city can do to improve services? And people either typed in their responses or they told us, interviewers on the phone, and then we try to put them in categories. It's as much art as science, as you might imagine, and we say pick the one thing, and sometimes people say more than one, so these percentages often add up to more than 100%. But we're looking for any outliers here. Crime and public safety was, the number one thing people said the city should spend focus on, but it was still only about 1 in 5 who picked that. And then a bunch of things were kind of similarly ranked. Transparency, communication, roads, housing, growth and development, kind of in the same range. There's always a few interesting things in here. Immigration and Border Patrol, I know you have a vast budget dedicated to that, but 1% of residents feel like you should be doing more to deal with that sort of stuff. Anyway, next slide, please. I think we have 2 more sections. So interactions with the city. We asked this question at the end of 2022, and also in this survey, end of 2024, have you had contact with the city department, agency, or person? And half of respondents said yes, and that's a big jump up from what we saw a couple of years ago. And I think there are some other reasons why the staff, city has been interacting with the community more consistently here, but it's interesting to see that half of residents we surveyed said, yeah, I've had some sort of interaction. Next slide, please. So of that 48%, next slide. That one. If you look here, we then followed up. If you had an interaction, were you satisfied or dissatisfied with that? We didn't dig deeply into it. We didn't ask which department. We didn't ask about the outcome. Just generally speaking, what was your gut feeling with that interaction? And 82% said they were satisfied with that interaction. And that's been nice and positive. The last couple of years, last couple of times we asked it, it's been a little bit higher in the past, but interactions with the city have been broadly quite positive historically here in the city. Next slide, please. We have also asked this question about, hey, if the city is going to provide you information, there's a bunch of different ways it can. Some are more direct, some are more indirect. Which ones are you going to actually pay attention to? Dark blue bars said yes, I would definitely pay attention to that. The lighterish blue bar, maybe, and orange, I'm not really going to pay attention. There's 2 at the top of the list, clearly there. Word of mouth, which is always at the top of these lists. It's also the hardest to it's an indirect communication pathway. But text from the city is actually up there too. So that's something that people pay attention to. Below that, you've got a variety of items where, let's just say 3/4 or a little more said that they would at least maybe pay attention to. Newsletters, signage, information from elected officials, booths, things of that nature. Next slide. There are a few items here where less than 3/4 said they pay attention, and we're getting into a fifth to more said that I wouldn't pay attention. And it's some of the social media things here, Facebook, Nextdoor. Items where people are like, yeah, it's not really for me. Next slide. We have asked this in the past, and we're showing this historical data a little bit different. If we just look at the right-hand column, what are the differences in the total pay attention from 2022 to 2024? Not much. The only one that had any appreciable change really was a news article from the Milpitas Beat, where fewer people said they'd pay attention to that than they did a couple years ago. And next slide should get us to our last substantive section here, which is about SMART. So the first time we asked about SMART was on a voter survey. So it's a slightly different population, but it was, let's get some sort of baseline about, do people even know what SMART is? And so we presented this language here. We didn't just say, do you know what Milpitas SMART is? We said it's what it stands for and what it is. Concise little summary here. And when we asked this question in 2023, 44% said they'd heard, they're at least somewhat familiar with SMART. And then we asked it this time around, it's 49%, and not really a huge change there. For some reason, we had more people say they don't know this time than they did in the voter survey. Maybe broadly speaking, voters are a little more confident in I've heard of that sort of mentality, but not big changes there. Next slide. What was different this go around is that if you, we did ask, have you ever used it? And 3/4 said no, and about 21% said yes. Some of those said only once, 4% said many times. So theoretically, about 1 in 5 said they claimed they have used the service at least once. Next slide. And this might provide a little explanation or help color to that those responses. We did ask some demographic questions about people, where do they work? We did ask, do you work from home or outside from the home? About half said they work outside the home. Do you work in Milpitas? About half said yes, of those who are working outside the home. And then if you're working outside your home, how do you get to where you got to go? And most of these people say they drive by themselves. So I think that's kind of helps explain a little bit of what we saw on the prior slide. Next slide, please, to get us to the conclusions. Mercifully, we're here. Thank you for sticking with me. But we pack a lot into these surveys for you. So I want to make sure you feel like you're getting all we can here. Big picture. Hey, people like living here. They have in the past. They still do. Those things haven't changed. Residents feel safe. They feel like the city is welcoming of other cultures. That doesn't mean they don't have some things that are intensely concerned about. Cost of living, cost of housing. You have limited ability to influence those things. These are big macro problems that are endemic across the country and the Bay Area in particular. But those are things they feel most concerned about. They do feel like their regular retail needs are being met here in the city. And fewer feel like crime is on the rise, that was a couple years ago more of a concern. But public safety issues kind of still do bubble up there. There's a little more of the $100 budget that should be dedicated to it. It's seen as incredibly important at the same time. Next slide. And then when it comes to city government, broadly speaking here, solid majorities feel like the city government's doing a good job. They trust that you're planning for the future and using tax dollars well. Also, solid majorities feel good about city services. Satisfaction levels, generally speaking, really aligned in most categories to importance, particularly with 911 emergency response and sewer systems. Affordable housing policies, and particularly street conditions, were the outliers there, where importance levels maybe don't kind of match up with the satisfaction levels, particularly the road conditions. That's probably the biggest one that sticks out. All right, that gets me to the end. So, Mayor, I hand it back to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I really enjoyed it. So any questions for our president? We have Councilmember Chua.
I think I on page 39, please. Screen 39. It's the dollar.
Oh, the dollar. I can speak to it while they're looking for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
I
I'm
have
not
a
controlling the
question.
slides, but I remember this. I remember the slide.
It's 39.
Yeah, I don't have the clickers to control the
Oh.
slides, so sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember what's on it though. If you want to ask a question about it.
It says for every dollar, 24 cents go to public safety.
Yeah, it's 24 and some change. Yeah.
I have a question with Director Luz. I have this number in mind that last year, was it? We have a budget of almost 150 million from the general fund. Just correct me if I'm wrong, right? I think it's 149.8 or something. It's, let's say 150. And the budget for fire and police is about 70 78% or less. How could that be $24? I mean, 24 cents.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, council members Chua, Lien and Lamb, thank you for the question. On page 7 of the budget book, and unfortunately I don't have it up on there, there is a similar $100 bill representation, and it has actually $25.20 of a $100 bill going towards public safety, so it's close.
No. But what I'm saying is you have a general fund total budget. I think if I remember correctly, it's close to 150 million, 149, let's say, 148. And the budget for fire and police is, how much was it? The way I calculated it is 78%, or let's say 75% of the 150. How could you have 24 cents to a dollar? I don't get that. How did we arrive to that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can do a clarifying question about the slide I just went through. That was not based upon the actual city's budget. That was just a respondent having to do math in their head.
Oh.
Here's $100. Let's pretend the entire budget's only $100. To make it numbers that they can actually manipulate mentally.
That's
And
the
there's-
response.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That based on the survey.
Yes.
Okay, now I get it.
Sorry if that was
Because-
unclear in the presentation. That's my fault. But it was hypothetically, here's
Because in
$100,
reality-
divide it into 6
In
buckets.
reality, that's not it.
The reality, I think, on this, there's a staff side.
The reality is, yeah, I was referring also to last year's allocation, because
See?
that's what I thought your question was.
No, that was the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Because it was based on something else, not.
Yeah.
It's based on the feedback
Yeah.
of the residents, not the actual. 'Cause
Correct. And
that's
we-
misleading, to be honest.
Well, the reason we're not asking them to actually decide your budget. We're asking them to give that so you can get relative priorities between those 6 buckets. And so they put more in public safety, like, oh, okay, it's up to you as a governing body to decide how to allocate the dollars in real life. But you sort of see a resident would say, well, I would give proportionally somewhat more to public safety. And then I think it was housing, I can't remember right now.
If you,
Yeah.
is it, oh, okay. Well, where is this gonna go, this information? I'm gonna ask, thank you, Director Luz. That solves that problem. Where's this gonna go?
It just comes here to the council. It's to help to inform your
okay.
budget discussion.
Because
Yeah.
I'm just concerned if it goes to the residents, they might think, oh, you're only spending 24 cents to a dollar to public safety, where that's our number one thing.
Yeah, if that was used in a public forum, we would need to explain that because
Exactly.
it's apples and oranges. One is a perception in the community or the opinion of the community. The other one is actual dollars and actual allocation. I think an interesting comparison to that would be, in our actual budget, is it somewhat aligned with what the community thinks we're spending on those items? And I think there is some parity there.
Okay, yes, that's a good answer. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Is there anyone else on the council before I go to public comment?
They have me.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, I believe, wants to address.
I'm sorry? We have Councilmember Lian.
Yeah, do we get a copy of the presentations?
I believe it was in the packet materials. Or we'll get it,
Councilmember
yeah.
Lamb, this was emailed to you earlier today.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, a question, what prompted these surveys? I think for the last few years, I've seen these surveys. What prompted them?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can answer that. We typically do this survey around this time of the year, again, to inform the overall budget process. And just to get a feeling for what, you could think of it as almost as a customer, in this case, a citizen satisfaction survey. And also we typically throw in a few questions about topics of interest in the community, such as this year we included a few questions about awareness of Milpitas Smart and how money is being spent and what is important to the residents themselves.
Okay. Well, good. This is part of the budget process. I think this is also a good material, a good information for policy decisions and whatever programs we may need in the city. I was listening intently on the slides, and what concerns me is for the last 2 years, there's at least 2% down on overall satisfaction that we have. I mean, that the community responded to the survey. And I want to relate that on, I think this is slide 43, that although there is 2% down on the overall satisfaction, there is also an increase of interactions between the city and the community. I think this signifies that the community is more involved now. And since they are more informed now, they have expressed their views more, and that led to the 2% down. Not necessarily we're a means of delivering, services and their satisfaction on how we run the government, but I think there's a correlation on those two. So if that's correct, I think we should use this data, to formulate policies, and not just for purposes of preparing for the next budget cycle. There's a lot of information that we can use on this study. Just an example, the community had expressed some thoughts on providing programs that celebrate diversity with the inclusion of different cultures. I think there's 3 on that slide, on slide 31. It's probably time for us to develop policies based on this, because the people are speaking through these surveys, and it seems this is what they want, this is what's lacking, and this is what things that needs to continue, on the different questions.
Did you have any comments on that? City Manager?
No, go ahead.
Are you asking for a comment from one of the city manager or the presenter?
Both, Mayor. If my take on the report is the way I said it to the presenters and to the city manager, what can we devise from this survey for purposes of not just preparing for the budget, but for purposes of those policies, agendas in the future that addresses each and every questions propounded to the community.
Yes, thank you for the comment, Vice Mayor. I'll just say briefly, yes, the survey is done each year in conjunction with the budget process. It's not only used for the budget. Throughout the year, we may refer to it as we look at different topics that come before the council that may be related to one or more items on any agenda. I found in this particular survey great value in the fact that we have done a similar survey over the past 5 years. And so we have begun to establish, as you saw in a number of slides, a trend line, and to see where over a period of time, in this case 5 years, that there has been some consistency. And in other areas, we saw a little bit of deviation among the items, but not a lot. So it tends to show that, I would say that tends to show the community is consistent in its views, and there hasn't been anything drastic that has caused the survey to veer one way or the other. And Kurt, I don't know if you have any, I thought some of his conclusions that he's pulling from and some of the comparisons that he's making are valid. I don't know if you care to comment on any of those things from your
Yeah, some
professional
of those
perspective.
are probably, you as a body might want to consider more deliberatively in the future. I would caution reading too much into 2, 3, 4% differences from year to year, because just by the nature of conducting survey research, sometimes you'll have a different sample. This is not a longitudinal survey in which you're surveying the same exact people every time we do this. And so you're going to see some natural variability, 2% here or 1% here. I would say that unless that is 2% going in the same direction multiple years in a row, that's just kind of variability. So I wouldn't, things I look for are the bigger distinctions. And for example, when I see like street conditions, that's just like a sticking out sort of thing. And it's not just like a little thing, like, oh, that's sticking out. When I see, those are the kind of things I would probably counsel you to spend more time looking at those, and the minor differences here and there from year to year. I think the city manager is right to say some of these things have been within 5 percentage points 4 or 5 times in a row we've asked about it. So that suggests pretty consistent attitudes. Look for the outliers. And those are the areas that I think I'd recommend spending the most time contemplating.
I would also point out that 2% deviation in we'll call it the overall satisfaction is well within the margin of error.
Yep.
So it could go either way.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I remember my statistics that percentage is negligible. But let's focus now. There's two really core of the survey. One is how the community feels, how we're running the city, spending tax dollars, and 2 is are the delivery of services. Maybe this we can agree. If you look at table 31, it's barely passing our service. If you put that up as compared to almost 90% and above on delivery of services. See, right? This is us. The other portion of it is the delivered services. We're flying colors at 90s and above. But if you look at this is all us on our policies and how we deliver to the community. Is there something that we should be concerned about this just about 50% satisfaction?
Yeah, and as you, if I may, when you're looking at this slide in particular, I think you're right to note that the satisfaction levels are lower than the previous slides. I would also just note though that the gray bars on this slide are pretty big. So recruiting new businesses and companies to the city, the third from the bottom, 20% don't know about that, and so that is probably depressing both the satisfaction numbers and the dissatisfaction numbers a little bit because people are unfamiliar with the service.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just that these services here have lower satisfaction levels, is that familiarity with them might be lower as well.
And if I might add to that, Vice Mayor, that one of the things this slide tells me is that we may, perhaps the city could do a better job or continue to do a good job, but do a more extensive job in doing community outreach or telling the story of what we're doing. Certainly, we've done a lot around promoting SMART and what is that. We will always have a certain segment of the population that will not use that type of a service, but there was another slide that showed that more people are now aware of it.
Right.
For example, the one that Kurt mentioned about recruiting new businesses coming to the city, to bring that gray part down, we could tell more about what the city does and tell the story of economic development. I find one on here is the next one above that, developing policies to support affordable housing. So if this is an area where we need to tell our story better, and this one has The orange is a little bit larger. I know the council, I believe, has before it, or the mayor has brought up a couple of times an amendment to our, possibly council consideration of an amendment to our affordable housing ordinance, or in other words, the council's policy on housing. So as that comes forward and as that is discussed, as it has greater visibility in the community, we could see some variation on that particular topic. So I just use that as one example of how we could use these results to help the council in determining which of the areas do you want to focus on in policy development.
Right. I'll echo that to our my fellow council members. I think this is a good slide, an indication where each and every one of us would be able to propose, develop any program ordinance that would, give our satisfaction rating higher. The people have spoken, right? They like our services, but I think these areas, now that they're more engaged, as the other slide say, needs probably some of our attention. So from this, we learn and develop some policies and ordinance.
Thank you, Council Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Is that it?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? And I see Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Just piggybacking on city manager's feedback, it's also good to add, I know city manager Ned, and to add, one of the things that we're doing that we should highlight is the fact that our developments right now are including ADUs. And we didn't used to do that in a few years ago. And almost all, right, if appropriate, we have developments with ADUs. We need to communicate that. That's addressing housing as well. And also for I also initiated a hopefully this will start working on it, is the community engagement group. It's their way of communicating to us, the residents, on things like this. What are we doing right and what are we doing that we need improvement on? And this survey actually reiterated what I found out during the campaign. They were concerned about those two things. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
May I make a quick comment on that?
City Manager
I
wants to
was
make a
looking for
comment.
my note because I was thinking along the same lines, Councilmember Chua. On slide 46, it noted that 88% of the people were more, I can't remember how to phrase it, but it talked about, I would characterize it as they put greater trust in information that they receive from a friend or neighbor.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to the heart of this idea of having a community engagement group that would go out and then they tell two friends and they tell two friends. And it's a really good way to, again, to tell the city's story about how the good work that we're doing here, and then also receive feedback on the things that we need to be doing that may have overlooked.
That's the purpose of that. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I do want to piggyback on that newsletter that the city puts out. It's very effective. So in the mail. And then we have Councilmember Lian.
Thank you, Mayor. So I see that you have 647 interviewers. So the result of these survey comes within those 647. Our population is 83,000.
81.
That's very few participants there.
Yeah, this comes up a lot. So we often do statewide surveys of 600 people, maybe 600 to 1,000 for the entire state of California. The margin of sampling error is more based upon the sample size and less based upon the population size. So if I were to do 600 interviews in Milpitas or 600 interviews in the state of California, the margin of sampling error would be basically 4% in both those scenarios, because of just the way sort of assuming a normal distribution of the results. So I would say that, yes, that feels like such a small proportion. If you were to double that and do 1,200 interviews, the margin of sampling error would just come down a little bit. What adding a lot more interviews does allow you to do is look at subsets a little bit of the sample, a little bit more, a little more fine-tooth comb. But it doesn't change the overall results as much. Now, if we'd only done a survey of 100 people, that'd be a 10% essentially margin of sampling error. And so there's like kind of diminishing returns the more interviews you get once you get above 600, 800 interviews.
So here's where I'm coming from.
Yep.
For the 640 interviews, you have 4% that says they use SMART multiple times. So I think that's inaccurate for SMART only right there. And we are looking at the survey, like city council, not city council, city manager said that we use the survey to make sure when it comes to the budget and, the process, we decide and to allocate the funding for each category. So if only 4% that would use SMART, the question is, should we keep it? So this city manager, maybe we can bring SMART back with the. He's not listening to you. Excuse me.
I'm listening to both ears. Only one works, so.
No, if you can bring SMART, the ridership on SMART, if it has increased over the years.
It has increased significantly. When we first started out, I would watch the weekly ridership numbers. We would have 20, 30, sometimes it would bounce up to 680. Then we did the major outreach, and then we also, with the council's direction, we provided a couple of times when we gave people the opportunity to ride for free to try it out. And it jumped up and jumped up. Now we consistently have right around 1,000 riders a week. It's been very successful. Now it's highly subsidized, so it will never pay for itself unless the fares increase significantly or some other reason. But it is a public good that it provides, especially in our data, or at least anecdotal knowledge that a lot of seniors are using the system to get to our senior center. And then as the council had indicated, a lot of students are actually using Milpitas Smart Together. So those who cannot drive themselves are using it successfully. Again, there's a large part of the population will likely never use that service because they are comfortable riding in their car. But for those who depend upon transit and to get around locally, it's been very successful and a very good benefit to the community.
Yeah, all right, thank you. And have we increased stations or picking up and dropping off? Within the city.
When it started, it was a spoken hub, so there were only certain places where it picked up. I'm glad you brought this up because that was one of the reasons also why initially it wasn't as successful as it is now. As we went along, that was part of the lessons learned, that it needed to be more like a point-to-point service, similar to Uber or Lyft. And so we changed to that model and the ridership increased significantly.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment? William, are you okay? Do you have any comments to make?
Councilmember Lamb, please turn on your.
Yeah, actually, I have similar comment as Councilmember Lin, and then she asked it, so I don't have.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
It's, I look at the number of populations compared to the interview numbers. I feel it's only 4%. I mean, less than 1%. It's like 0.8% of the population. So it's quite low.
Yeah, and by the magic of statistics, we're able to do those surveys and draw these conclusions. I mean, it's very similar to the stuff you would, everyone just got through following polling at the last election cycle, and those surveys were often in the 600 to 1,000 range for an entire state.
Yeah.
So,
Very much.
So, thank you, Councilmember Lamb. I do have a couple of questions. So on, I wanted to ask a question on the languages. When you do the survey, how many languages do you do it?
yeah, you're one of the most diverse cities around. So we do offer them in English, Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese.
And do you have like a percentage of how many English, how many Spanish, how many Vietnamese?
That's that. I don't have it at the tip of my fingertips, but it's probably in the sort of 3 to 5% range for each of those languages.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was very well put together. And what I got out of it is that public safety is still number one. It's always going to supersede everything else. And also, what I got out of this is one of the other priorities as a council is for us to prioritize during the budget is the public works, the roads that came out. So there's a concern about the road conditions of our roads. So that came out in this survey that's important to folks. And there is a need to fix those roads. So thank you very much. And now I will go on to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on this agenda item?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
I see Mr. Montemayor that would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Yeah, in 44 years of stay in Milpitas, I'm very proud. I'm happy that I live in Milpitas. So we should be all proud of it. I'm not really saying like yes, all of the word. Sometimes I can see negatives also, but we should understand people. We should know the cause of problem if there are problem coming. We should love and care for each other. In other words, I probably say that I go everywhere. I drive everywhere, regardless of the time, midnight, or I go everywhere and anytime, and I'm comfortable in going everywhere. So in other words, we should be proud staying in Milpitas, but we could still improve it. I know the numbers is showing very, very nice report. I like it. I wish I could have a copy of that, but it's all right. I'll go to the library. But it's not those figures. It's how we see it. How safe is Milpitas compared to the neighboring cities? It's very comfortable to live in Milpitas. So I'm proud of the people, the city, and all. It's okay if we spend a lot of money for the budget for the public safety, but public safety is very important. And of course, sometimes I stumble up the road. It's my fault. Why worry? Because there was rain. Sometimes because of the roads will be not good sometimes because of the climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. And again, thank you, Mr. Kurt Balo, for your presentation. It's always good to see where what's important and what's, the priorities, because that guides us, that gives us a gauge of where we should move the budget, right? Thank you so much. And now, moving on to item number 9, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a report, excuse me, it is a report. It's regarding possible adjustments to council member salaries consistent with changes in state law. From our briefings with individual council members, it's my understanding that may be a desire to defer this item. I would turn that back over to you, Mayor, if you want to check with the council, or if you want to hear it tonight, then we're prepared. But
thank you, City Manager Ned Thomas. So yes, there were I wanted to defer this because from my understanding, there's still some areas that haven't been fully researched on this item, and I want to ask the city council if they'd like to defer it and until staff has more time to research it, or continue it. So I would like from each council member. So let's have Council Member Lamb. You could let me know if you want to continue this or defer it.
I would like to continue this.
Okay, and then we'll have Councilmember Leanne.
I'm okay with continuing it.
Okay, and then we'll have Councilmember Chua.
I'll go with Councilmember Lam and Lynn. Go ahead and continue. please.
Continue. Okay, continue. So that's already a 3. So we'll go ahead and continue it. Okay.
So
Thank
Ma-
you.
Do they need to?
Yes, Mayor, if there was, you'd need a motion to continue this item and it'd have to pass by a majority vote.
Okay, I make a motion that we continue this item. Leave it as is. There a second? Seconded by Councilmember Chua.
There was
So-
no motion
Continue.
to not to continue.
So, sorry,
that was kinda
let's
weird.
clarify terminology because Mayor, I think you may have been using it differently than how other people who spoke were. What I'd understood the terminology you're using was continue was to discuss tonight. You don't need a motion for that. Defer would be to hear at a later date. So if you need a motion to defer, you obviously don't need a motion to discuss tonight. It's been
I
agendized.
know, that's why, oh,
There
okay,
was no motion.
okay. All right, now, so, but you said we needed a motion, so.
Sorry,
that's why-
I'd been understanding the proposal to continue the
Yeah, it was
item
just
to a later
continue
date.
it, yeah. Okay, so we'll continue it. Okay, so City Manager, would you, are you going to read the title?
For this one?
Yeah.
So again, this is sorry, I keep looking at the other one. This is to receive a brief presentation about council member salaries, a potential adjustment to council member salaries consistent with changes to state law. And we have our Assistant City Manager, Matt Kano, here to provide some information for council discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager Thomas. Assistant City Manager Matt Kano. If I could have the slide presentation up, please. So as next slide, please. So as background, on July 10th, 2010, not 2020. On July 10th, 2010, City Council, and it's correct in the agenda report, by the way. So on July 10th, 2010, the City Council voted to reduce salaries by 6% due to economic conditions. On March 8th, 2012, the City Council voted to further reduce the salary for a total of 10% reduction. And then on December 2nd, 2014, City Council approved a restoration of salaries to the current amount. The current salaries are monthly, but we showed them annualized here as well. For the mayor, $1,130 per month, and for the City Council, $904.37 per month. We felt it was important to show you this background. There hasn't been any action on this at Mayor and City Council salaries since that time in 2014. Next slide, please. Moving forward, 10 years later, on January 1st, 2024, the California Government Code changed, which allows increases for salaries for general law cities, which we are a general law city, not a charter city, based on the population. And based on our population, which is cities above 75,000 in population, we could provide the mayor and city council a base salary of $1,900 per month, which would be up to $22,800 per year. In addition, the California Government Code allows a salary to be provided to the mayor, an elected mayor's position, above and beyond that. So the mayor would receive the base salary of same as anybody else, which is up to $22,800. And then on top of that, based on the extra responsibilities, the mayor and city council could provide the mayor an additional increment above that. And there's actually no defined limit in the code for that additional limit. And for the city council, any increase that is approved would take effect. It has to wait one election cycle essentially, so it would take effect after the next election, which would be late December 2026, after the new city council would be installed after the next election. There is an allowance, if the mayor receives an additional increment on top of the rest of the city council, and when I say the city council, the mayor is included in that, additional increment and allowance could take effect immediately after the council approves it. Next slide, please. Again, we're bringing this to you for information tonight and feedback. We don't have a draft ordinance in front of you. We don't have a draft proposal in front of you, but we want to make sure we shared this information with you as there is a change in state law. And it's important for you to be aware of this information and to provide us any feedback that you may have at this time, which could possibly result in further action down the road. So with that, that ends our presentation this evening. We'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Is any questions, any comments from the council? We have Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a general question. Oh, okay. What do we need to do in order to implement the new law? What is expected of us? What's the process?
Sure, thank you. So we would need to change our municipal code. So the California government, our municipal code right now governs the mayor and city council salaries. So the California government code allows us to change our municipal code with these new limits. And so we would need to approve a change to the municipal code, which would be to approve an ordinance and then have a second reading of that ordinance.
Oh, okay. So it has to go through the updated, a new ordinance updated in the municipal code.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. And then we have, excuse me, then we have Councilmember Lin.
Mike, thank you. So once it says the government code gives permission to the city to follow, but it is not required, and if it's passed by 3 council members tonight to give you the direction to add it onto our handbook on the policy, and that's where you would take it, right?
No, it would be an ordinance change, and so we wouldn't be updating the handbook. If I receive direction tonight for anything specific, I would have to return to a future council meeting with the draft ordinance, and then you would have to vote on that draft ordinance again, and that would ultimately result in a change to the municipal code.
Okay, and at that time, like you said, we have a certain amount increase for mayor and council, but the mayor can also get additional amount on top of.
Correct, and so the government code refers to a city council, specifically, just to make sure, each member of the council, and so the mayor is included as a member of the council, is allowed to get a increase up to a total of $22,800 per year. And then in addition to, and the mayor is would be a member of the city council, and so the mayor would receive that increment as well after the next election. And then in addition to that, the mayor's seat is also, we are able to give the mayor's seat an additional increment on top of that.
Is any language of that in any writings, any articles that you can share with all of us?
Sure, thank you. And it's
because in the policy, in our handbook, chapter 2, section B, it says the duties of mayor. The mayor is the official head of the city of Milpitas for all ceremonial purposes. The mayor is entitled to vote on all matters, but does not possess any veto power. So if we are going to get the same pay raise, council and mayor should have it at the same time. And anything that's on top of that, and again, if there's anything in writing for you to share, then that would be wonderful.
Sure,
For the
thank you. And
community. This is where we keep on reminding ourselves of transparency.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Lian. And I would say we do have the actual language from the government code that is in the attachment to the agenda, and I can also share that. It's in the slides as well. I have in a backup slide. I can share that with you right now if you'd like. Can I pull back the slide presentation, Suzanne, and go to the slide number 11? So this is slide number, well, this is an attachment in your agenda packet. This is attachment number 2. Attachment number 1 to this item is just a straight copy of the municipal code. And attachment 2 is California government code. And so I want to point out a couple things here. So first of all, it says the city council may enact an ordinance providing each member of the city council shall receive a salary based on population of the city as set forth in paragraph 2. And if you go to part D, we are part of between 75 and up to 150,000 in population. So that's the may language, that we may enact an increase up to 1,900 per month. If I could go to the next slide, please. Oh, sorry, no, it's okay. Next slide, please. And next slide. One more slide, please. One more slide, please. Okay, and then this is towards the end of attachment 2. This is the paragraph, and I'll ask the city attorney, acting city attorney Chris Creech to help me out as needed here. But this 36516.1 is the paragraph that talks about how the mayor and an elected mayor. Some cities have rotating mayors, so our mayor, as we know, is elected. So a mayor elected may be provided with compensation in addition to that which he or she receives as a council member. So in addition to that base salary, if you approve a base salary increase for all the council members, the mayor may receive a salary in addition that may be adopted by an ordinance adopted by the city council or by a majority vote of the electors. So the California Government Code doesn't specifically give, to answer another part of your question, Councilmember Lian, it doesn't give specific guidance on how the council would determine that additional amount. I think it would be up to each individual city and each individual mayor and city council to deliberate on that and decide.
And Councilmember Lian, Mayor, if I might give a little bit additional information on the particular question of when the mayor's salary can take effect versus a council member's increase in salary, there is an opinion by the Attorney General's office that it applies in the manner we've laid out tonight, that the additional compensation can take effect immediately for an elected mayor, whereas for the members of the city council is when the next election occurs. So that opinion of the Attorney General is number 06-504.
All right, thank you.
I just want to say it's not there. Oh, man.
Is that it?
Just one question, Mayor.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You can turn off your mic. Thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor?
So in a nutshell,
Mayor, Vice Mayor Barbadillo has a
hold on.
question.
Barbadillo has a. Where's he at?
Right.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify if I heard it right from Assistant City Attorney, so the effectivity of a possible ordinance came from Attorney General opinion or the government code that it will be after December of 2026?
So that requirement is set by the government code. That same requirement is mirrored by our municipal code. Those requirements apply to the increases to salary that all council members receive. In terms of increases in salary for the elected mayor, that is additional compensation beyond that salary. That's also said in the government code. The Attorney General has opined that that is the result of those two provisions of the government code that the Assistant City Manager put up on the screen.
Okay, so it's clear for the effectivity of a possible ordinance based on municipal code and government code, it's the election after. And what you just described is an additional compensation for a mayor based on a government code that can be effective right away is based on an Attorney General's opinion.
Yes and no. So you're correct that the Attorney General's opinion supports that, but the way that the Attorney General gets there is from those two statutes. And the distinction is that the limitation for when this base salary increase applies is stated as it only applies to council members, whereas a different term is used for mayor. And the Attorney General's opinion, which I understand everyone has followed, is that that is a legislative choice to include salary received as a council member and to then distinguish additional compensation provided to a mayor.
Right, that's the one that can take effect immediately based on an AG opinion.
Correct, and it is discretionary. So it is the choice of the body making the decision.
Okay.
It can take effect immediately.
Okay, so okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we have a council member.
When was this law effective? When was it
This law was effective January 1st, 2024.
2024?
January 1st, 2024, correct.
So if we had done the change before November 5th, we could have had compensation for the entire council, correct?
Correct.
But we didn't.
Correct. There were discussions, possible discussions about moving this forward last year, but then the city charter discussions kind of took that over, and this never was moved forward last year.
But we didn't. If I say follow the law, the new law to the letter, how would it look like?
Sure. The challenge is the new law has the word may in it. The new law has the word may in it. So the council may increase their salaries up to this amount. And so following the law to the letter just means that we have the ability, our mayor and city council have the ability to do this increase, but it's really the choice of our mayor and city council to act on this or to not act on this. The law doesn't provide, the California Government Code doesn't provide any guidance as to how much. It provides a maximum limit for the members of the city council, but it doesn't provide any guidance for how to come about with that number or how much you should or should not do. It really just says you may go up to this number.
Okay. I'll wait for the feedback from everybody before I decide. Thank you. Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Are there any other discussions on this item? So I would, in a nutshell, I think what you're saying is that, well, thank you, Councilmember Chua, for bringing that up, because I think you mentioned that you did bring it up. So we missed the boat. So they have to wait till 2026 to get their raise. But do they decide, does the council and the mayor decide how much they can go up, or is it automatic 22 something?
No, it's, the council has to decide. There's
much?
no, it's not automatic. And there's no guidance in the law as to how to make that decision or what formula to use. It really is our mayor and city council may go up to this dollar amount.
And, okay, so even though it says that like there's a cap, I think you said 22 or something like that?
Correct, and that cap is for
But-
oh, sorry.
It could be lower than that, or it could be that cap. And-
Absolutely, it
And
could-
do they decide now, or do they decide at that time? Maybe-
So if we would want it to take effect at the next cycle, which would be late December 2026, we can decide anytime between now and then. Well, we want to provide, there's an ordinance, so it takes a couple months to get an ordinance to effectuate. So we would want to decide by fall of 2026. We wanted to bring this to you now for the discussion. But there's no need to make a decision this evening. And we could even,
Yeah, maybe we could bring it back. I'm going to ask the council if that's a wish of their. Let me put you on.
I just have, would it make a difference? Because on the population, it says 77,000, but we're actually 81, 82. Is it 75 to 150? Is that the range?
correct.
Okay. Oh, no, it's,
Thank you. And we used, we thought through whether we should use the 80-something thousand or the 77. We wanted to make sure we use the same source for all the city's populations. And so we use the 2020 census website for everybody's population. And so that's why Milpitas is showing a little bit lower. And so we can fix that in future reports. But as you mentioned, Councilmember Chua, we are still within the 75,000 to 150,000 population. So it wouldn't make a difference.
What is the wish of the council? Do you want to bring it back, or do you want to, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh,
if it's okay with the mayor, I was thinking, I mean, this is my personal take. That law is not fair. I mean, well, why does it single out the mayor? I mean, not the mayor, but the position of the mayor. It should have been all council members. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Please use your microphones to speak.
probably a city.
So in that sense, I would, because I'm thinking like the salary sometimes I don't know, it could be a factor on some people running for office to encourage more people to at least to get involved in governance. So that's an attraction as well. It might not be a lot, but it helps. So in that sense, if it's okay, I don't know. I'm torn because I would like to put it through for all council members to get whatever the max, because my feedback from other mayors on the two conferences that I went to, it's really that 1,900, because we have not made any changes to salaries for many, many years. It's really an accumulation of 5% for the last, however, 20 years or something. That's how they came about with the 1,900. So that said, I would like to go ahead and put that through, which is not effective until, when is it? 2026. And I leave the rest about the mayor's salary, if it's immediate, to the rest of my council members. Either way, I'm okay. How's that?
Thank you. Could I clarify something really quick before? So if that were to pass the 22.8, if the
Yeah.
the 1,900 per month or
Yeah.
22,800 were to pass, and we would still need to bring back an ordinance for you to vote
Yeah,
again.
exactly.
We that mayor's salary wouldn't increase right away. You would need to, for the mayors to get,
Right.
there need to be an extra increment.
I'm
So,
just
okay,
saying the
you
same
understand.
for
Okay,
everybody.
okay.
The same for everybody. And I leave the mayor's salary to, because you said the mayor's salary can be effective immediately once the ordinance is approved, and or it can stay until 2020. What is it?
Just to clarify, if if everybody was raised, so the mayor would need to be raised, so the city council member salary, which the mayor is part of, is a city council
That's what I mean.
a member of the council.
Right.
If that was all increased to 22,800 per year,
Mhm.
the mayor would need to wait for that. Under government code, wait for that until
Oh,
late December 2026 as well.
Hmm.
What the mayor's position could receive earlier is if, in addition to the 22,800 base salary for everybody, we gave an additional salary on top of that.
No, it's the same.
Okay, yeah, and the additional salary on top of that, if any, is the only money that would be available earlier.
But what I'm saying is, I leave it up to the
Okay,
rest of
thank
the
you.
council. I said my piece, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And yeah, I agree. It should all be the same. And then, so it'll be effective for whatever we decide, it'll be effective for all the future mayors from 26 on up, right?
Correct, it'd be effective, I think, after the new council is seated. I'm looking at this assistant city attorney, but probably late December 2026, essentially.
It basically takes effect when the seat becomes vacant, which would be at the time of the next installation of the council.
Okay. So you already have the directions just for information, right?
Yes, and so with that, I'm gonna, actually, you're gonna.
So what I might say is that, again, this is just a discussion item, so this is to inform staff so that if we bring back an ordinance at a future agenda, that we bring back one that, fairly reflects the discussion to this point so that council can fully consider it. It may be beneficial to hear from each member of the council so that we can make sure that whatever we bring back reflects the discussion tonight and the various forms of evaluation. But it does not require a vote, and it does not require
Yeah, I know,
a
it's just
consensus on any
information.
one thing.
But they've already made their comments, so I'm not sure if they want to make any more comments, so. No, I think that's it. And yes, and now we're moving on to public comment. Anyone from the public that'd like to make any comments, any cards?
I have no public speaker cards.
Welcome, Mr. Montemayor. Come on up.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Everybody, the city council members are working very, very hard. I know that. So you deserve. I sense the talk. So it seems like as much as possible, it's like a fleet. That one moves up, all moves up, especially the pay. Now, in my equation, I would say X is a city council salary, or supposed to be coming. And then there are three given already. The salary now, and the increase. So X per city council member is to the salary now, equals the mayor salary now is to that amount. So it's three given and one unknown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Okay, so now, so you're going to be working on the ordinance, and so now we're going to be moving on to item 10. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item is the council-approved quarterly prioritization process. This process is used to address larger work items that have been proposed by individual council members over the past quarter. So we have, I believe, 4 or 5 items. Again, our Assistant City Manager, Matt Kano, will present a brief presentation on those items, and then we'll have the council go through prioritization vote.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. Appreciate your time this evening. Next slide, please. So we have a council policy to come back on a quarterly basis to review the items that are brought up as additional work items during the announcements phase of each city council meeting. During this quarterly process, where we typically have 3 to 4 times per year, we work with you and to vote on those items that would move forward for staff to start working on, and or the move to the budget process for potential funding for staff to then work on. And so I don't know if the slides are stuck or if we, okay, oh, there, thank you. So briefly on, we've been working on this process as a city since January 2021 and reviewed a couple hundred or more agenda item requests since that time. The actual policy on how we implement this process was approved by council on January 10th, 2023. And our last prioritization process was held in September 2024. So we're bringing back those items that were brought forward as potential work items during the announcements section of the City Council meeting between September and our last City Council meeting on January 7th, 2025. Next slide, please. We have a total of 33 items that we're tracking that have been proposed as new work items. That's 6 of those. An additional new work item and a group 2 that is under 4 hours of staff time. And those items, if it's under 4 hours and we don't go, we don't measure exactly 3 hours, 59 minutes. I mean, if it's approximately 4 hours work time, we go ahead and move forward with those items that you request. And we don't put those up for a prioritization vote. We do track those items in this spreadsheet as well. In group 3 on the attachment in your spreadsheet are a number of 19 items that are currently underway that have been requested and prioritized in the past. And we have a group 4 in the spreadsheet, which is items that have mostly been completed, but some are postponed as well. So as you'll see in the attachments in your packet, and we'll have some information, I'll have some information on the next few slides. For those group 1 items, those are items that are not yet initiated and would require, most of the time significantly more than 4 hours of staff time. Those are the items that we have up for a prioritization vote this evening for you. And we have information in your packet and in these slides as well regarding the current status, if any, potential resources that are required and some clarifications that we may need from council if those items proceed. Next slide, please.
So I had a question, Matt, before you move on. So when we did the Midtown plan, when you did the presentation, and that was when Alex Andrade did the presentation, and I had requested a staff to also include an entertainment zone. Does that have to be put on the announcements, or is that already going to be part of that Midtown plan assessment?
That's a great question, Mayor, and I don't, I'd like to follow up with you on that. I haven't had a chance to, typically, if there's, in a generic sense, if there's a project or a program that we're moving forward and the Mayor and City Council ask us to make a tweak to it or add a little bit to it or to shift the scope of it, typically we go ahead and implement that and we shift that scope as part of that work and we don't bring that back through the prioritization process. To be honest though, I haven't had a chance to talk to Planning Director Lee yet to see what volume of work and the pros and cons of moving forward with an entertainment zone would be. And so I don't have,
So I don't know whether to put it on the announcements or if it was already incorporated, that part of that wish.
correct. And
desire.
if you don't mind, I think I would like a
Oh, you can
little
get
bit
back
of
to-
time
just
to
get back
follow
to
up
me
with
on
you
that.
on that, because
Back to you.
typically if we would just incorporate that into the work effort, but this one I want to talk to the team to evaluate what that means and the pros and
Yeah,
cons
that
and
way.
follow up with you.
Yeah, just get back to me on that. Thank you.
If I can make a quick
Okay,
comment.
go ahead.
We actually have two opportunities for that. Of course, the presentation was about the specific plan, which is underway. But in addition to that, or parallel to that, the city received a grant to do something that's called a sense of place plan along that same area. And it might be incorporated into that plan as well, which is just getting underway. So.
So we'll follow up. Thank you for the question. So there's one item that has been brought up during announcements that we are working on because of the heavy city council agendas in January. We had to push it back to February, but we are working on bringing a presentation from Kelly Parmley, our Human Resources Director, to the City Council to talk about hiring and our hiring processes. Some items that have been completed since the last update, coordination with the county on weeds on Montague, which is going to need to be something that's ongoing. So sometimes when we say completed, it doesn't mean it's done. It just means we've initiated or got it in motion and established those relationships. But that's definitely something we'll continue to monitor, and we have a good relationship with the county. I recognize the 2024 Olympians. Our recreation team did an evaluation and has really ramped up our teen center programming. We have the pictures of Albert Vogel and Maria Lemery at the mural at the senior center, and a memorial plaque honoring a youth skateboarder at the sports center. Two items that have been.
Is there a picture up already?
Yes, and
The mural or the?
yeah, correct. Yeah, Director
I didn't even know
Lorenzen is
that.
on the call today. That can. Let's see. I have the. Can you? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out. Thanks.
So per the policy, if an item was sponsored by a prior council member, it would only move forward if it was continued to be sponsored by an existing member of the city council. And so there were two. Now, if something was nearly complete or almost done, we obviously would recommend to you to continue it. But these are two items that were sponsored by Councilmember Anthony Phan that we have started work efforts on, but we have not made substantial progress. So per the policy, we would halt work on these unless one of you decided to sponsor them. And so the first one is request that the Arts Commission explore alternatives for the future of the statue in front of City Hall. There was a discussion at an Arts Commission meeting on that, but we have not done any substantial work on that at this time. And the next is a charter city evaluation. We did some staff analysis on options, but we have not initiated any robust community or council or stakeholder process on that evaluation at this time. So per the policy, and if absent one of you asking us to continue one of those this evening, we will drop those and then focus on the other priorities that you all have sponsored. Next slide, please. So the next 6 slides, I'll briefly go through the items that are up for prioritization vote tonight. And then after that process, we'll talk about the voting process. So number 1, and there's a write-up in your packet in the attachments for each of these items as well. And these slides essentially summarize what's in the write-up. So number 1 is analysis of the city's permit process, which was raised by Councilmember Chua. The permit process here in Milpitas, as you know, involves nearly all the departments, but the primary departments are planning, our building, office of building, public works team, fire prevention, economic development, and they all collaborate very closely together, and the city manager's office works very closely with them all as well on a very regular basis. In April 2019, we did complete a consultant study with a number of implementation items that included stakeholder input and comparative survey of similar Bay Area jurisdictions. And we have implemented a number of the changes recommended in that study. Some of those are outlined in our agenda report this evening in the attachment for this item. This is a very, very important area for us. facilitating private development is great for our city, great for our economy, great for our residents, great for our businesses. It's just a great thing to do. And it's something that is always going to be a focus of ours and always an area that we're going to want to continuously improve in. If this item is prioritized, we have some bullet points on items that we could proceed with as we move forward. We would likely, in addition to everything else we're already doing, survey our development review applicants on the maybe efficiencies and effectiveness and any recommendations that they have on how to improve our development review process. Continue to conduct customer service training for staff. To be clear from me, any customer service organization with direct, regular contact with residents, such as ours, such as a lot of our folks that work on the first floor, no matter where they're at, should always probably have a regular customer service training. And so that's something that I think many organizations do, and it would be good for all teams. We could also hire a consultant to conduct a study on the current permit process. We would recommend not proceeding with that at this time. We just did a consultant study in 2019, and these are typically fairly expensive. If this proceeds, we would really recommend on focusing on a customer service survey, probably an in-house survey, not like the ones that you heard from Mr. Balo earlier, but this would be more of a in-house survey that we wouldn't pay for, and customer service training. Next slide, please. Number 2 of 6 is job fair for city careers. This item was requested by Councilmember Chua, has 3 areas of potential focus. Our HR, increasing the HR presence at existing community events. We did some of this, our HR team had a presence at some events last year, and we would ramp that up to make sure continue to participate in existing job fairs within the city of Milpitas that other organizations may be hosting. And we could also have a job fair at City Hall or another location specifically to recruit for city-specific vacancies. If this item proceeds, we would like clarification on whether council is supportive of all these 3 bullets, or if there's additional feedback that they would provide.
I have a quick question on that one. Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Let me get to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I don't understand why the estimated completion date, does it mean, 1 year, 2025? It's going to take 1 year to do this? As everybody knows, there's a lot of layoffs around. In Santa Clara County with our neighboring cities and everybody else. So that said, there should be some kind of I'm just looking maybe, because you're doing 1 already and you're doing 2. I'm looking more on number 3 when I sponsored this. And to tell me its completion date is 2025, that's not acceptable.
Sure, thank you for that feedback. And so we can look into that. And if our HR Director, Kelly Parmalee, would like to weigh in on this, please do so. I know she's on Zoom right now, but I would just say that we can look into that. I think 2025 may have been placed in here because kind of the completion of all the things on here by the end of the year, which includes tabling at various events. I don't think that we were saying by putting December 2025, I don't think we were saying that that's the date that job fair would be held.
Yeah.
So I'd have to talk to Kelly and follow back up.
There's
But
kind of an urgency
that
for
we were
this, just for because of what's happening, and also on what we know that we have a lot of vacancies, and I would think that this should be done soon.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
If I-
you,
if I may.
Councilor Chua, and City Manager, you have a
Yeah.
comment?
Earlier on, the Assistant City Manager noted that the HR director will be making a presentation to the council likely in February on recruitment and vacancies. And so at that time, we can have a little more discussion around this topic as well.
Mayor, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Barbadillo has his hand raised to address this.
Yes, Mayor, just a quick question. So we're talking about job fair for the city careers. A question to HR. Do we have an idea how many vacancies there are? What are we funding on those vacancies, and what are the immediate needs to fill in?
If I may respond, thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the council members. I noted in the proposal that we have at any given time about 30 vacancies in the city, and about half of those we're actively recruiting for at any time. That's just on average. And I would say a bulk of those are in the public works area. And then several are kind of one recruitment here or there. But most of them at any given point are in public works. I don't have the exact data in front of me right this moment, but we'll talk about some of that in February. Is that answering your question?
Yes, so there's about 30 and we're actively recruiting 15.
About any given time. That varies by week or by month, but that's a good average.
Right. Just your thoughts, would a job fair facilitate this hiring?
Yeah, that's a good question. I appreciate the proposal as an option to consider if that's the way to fill those. It's a relatively small number of vacancies at any given time in some particularly narrow classifications. So we'd have to experiment if we were going to go with a job fair at City Hall. I feel from work that I've done in the past, characterizing this as a career open house so that we can attract folks to understand the types of jobs that we would have at the city in general, and then highlight our vacancies at the time could be successful. So I don't have a great answer for you because I haven't tried this at the city of Milpitas. It's just that it's a small number relative to the potential larger labor market, and I'm unclear about what types, if there'd be alignment between our jobs that we would have available and the folks who might be looking for employment. So it would be a good thing to try. I'm not sure how successful we would be.
Okay, out of those 30 and 15 needed, in your opinion, how many can be lateral transfers, right? Instead of coming from the outside.
Yeah, we do fill a large number of well, not a large number, I would say, I don't have the data in front of me and how many we recently did internal versus hiring from outside. We still have a greater number at any given time that are filled from external, by external folks, but we do have, I want to say maybe 25% get filled internally. I'll clarify that number for you in February so I can get more specific, but it's a reasonable number get filled internally, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, no, yeah. All right, so those questions are just to see if this is something that we need to prioritize.
Yeah, thank you. I will say the success that I have had in prior work has been to cast it as here's what a career could look like at the city of Milpitas, and try to attract folks both who are currently looking for jobs to see if anything fits, but also to get the next generation to come into City Hall and see what it's like to work for the government. So in other words, trying to persuade the next generation to consider government more as an open house format as well as existing opportunities. So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Okay. Anyone else have any comments? We have
Councilmember Chua.
Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Kelly, I do agree with what you said. It's a career open house, really. and next generation of workers or employees. And it's also good in addressing the perception of residents that they don't know what are the vacancies in our city. They have this perception that vacancies are filled by current employees or referred by current employees. We need to address that. And I think this open house, job fair, whatever you want to call it, it will address that and will give them some type of guidelines on how to apply to any jobs here in the city. So that's one of my objectives in recommending this workshop. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. We have Councilmember Lamb.
We have 209 openings. So yeah, is some of the openings duplicate? I heard she was telling us we have 30 openings, but on the website it's 209 openings.
If I may, that may include part-time employees in the Recreation Services Department that are currently unfilled and are filled on a seasonal basis. But we're talking about full-time employment. They're around, typically, on average, there are around 30 vacancies at any given time. But the city employs a significant number of part-time employees in the Recreation Services Department.
I am referring to both, full and part-time. They need to know, the residents need to know what is available.
Yeah, and our Recreation and Community Services Director may be online. She could say because I know they're quite successful in filling those positions each year. She may be able to give a little bit of information about how that recruitment is done. Renee?
Yes. And as Renee's speaking, Councilmember Lamb, we can share with you the website at a later time. I'm seeing about 10 jobs posted right now. So we can make sure we're looking at the right websites, or the same websites, I mean. I'm not. Yeah.
And I'm happy to talk with you, Councilmember Lamb, if you separately, if that's helpful. I also know that we may have about that many classifications as an organization. That might be what's, I can't tell what you're looking at, so that could be what that's referring to.
Hi, Kelly. This is Matt. Yeah, there's, if we look at the job description website, there's 209. So that link is pretty close to where our job opening website is. And so that's where I think we found the difference there.
Mayor. Thank you. That alone, we're council members and we don't know where to look for vacancies. That alone should be part of the workshop. How do you find these vacancies?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you. And I do agree it should be done sooner. And so when you said job fair for city jobs, are you referring just specifically for city jobs, or are you also, is it a partnership with other private sector companies, or if you can kind of elaborate on that?
I thought about that too, and I was thinking more on government, so we can partner with the county as well, and we can partner with federal, and we can partner with any local government agencies, like BTA, like we can bring them all together, BTA, water, Valley Water, San Francisco, everybody, any government-related openings. Just to give them guidelines on how to look for those jobs in these different agencies would help a lot. That's all I'm.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for the
Mayor.
feedback.
Thank you. And were you projecting spring? Because We also have that youth workforce, the summer jobs for kids.
Well, whatever the soonest date that they can do it. If they're having a hard time, maybe they can partner with a nonprofit to sponsor this, to help out. I don't know. It's really up to the director of HR. Thank you.
Thank you. This feedback is very helpful that we can, if this is prioritized, we can bring that,
All right,
review that
thank
and bring it back.
Matt, you can continue with the other ones.
Thank you. We have the presentation back up, please. So the third of 6 is an impact fee for car transports requested by Mayor Montano. All of us who've been on Great Mall Parkway have seen that there's a larger than typical amount of those truck haulers or car transporters, as they go by various names, basically the big trucks that have 9, 10 cars on them on multiple levels.
So before you waste your time, I decided after the briefing that I had with you and Ned, you explained about the different formulas or what do they call it? The specs.
Yeah,
the
the
different specs that they,
design specifications.
yeah,
yes.
that there's different specs that they use for the high usage when they pave the streets. Because my whole concern was the wear and tear. They just recently redid that section in Great Mall, and we do have a lot of car transporters that go there, and they're very heavy. The tonnage, they carry like 8 or 9 Tesla cars to that yard, and my concern was, we just paved it and the wear and tear on it. But you mentioned that we have the civil engineers, they have the specs, so I'm going to go ahead and take that one off.
Okay.
So you don't have to waste your time and our time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And when the voting comes up, we'll just request if the council members could not vote on this item.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Explore modernizing the business license tax. This was raised by Councilmember Evan Chua. Currently, the business license tax revenue in the city is about $330,000 annually for approximately 5,900 active business license accounts, which is approximately $60 of business license tax per account per year. There's various things we can look at to modernize, and by modernize, we would look at what do typical cities do for business license tax. And it's possible, based on estimates that were done in late 2023, when we were reviewing this as a potential option, that we could generate between $2 and $3 million annually of revenue for the general fund. That would estimate over a 2-year period to pursue this, and if it actually went on the ballot of $264,000. Now that would include a statistically valid survey. That would include a consultant, similar to what we used to pass Measure J, support us in passing Measure J, and that would also include the cost to actually place it on the ballot. And so we wouldn't need all that $264,000 immediately. It would be over a multiple year period, and there would be stages of allocation and approval as we analyze step by step. And so I just want to be clear, if we did budget that, if we did move forward with this, there'd be multiple decision points along the way for the city council. So if direction is received, we just would like clarification if council would like us to continue to look at this for a potential November 2026 ballot. This would have to go to the voters as it is a tax. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councilmember Chua.
I realized that our business tax rate has not been updated since 1976, I think.
Correct.
Yes. So I think it's about time, and we need the revenue. One thing I would caution is, I've spoken with several mayors and council members too. One has done it based on the number of employees. The other one has done it based on square footage. So the one thing that I would like to make sure that very minimal impact to businesses with less than 5 employees. We don't want to hit them with a big number. I know they're paying like $35 right now, so it should be around there. That's just the way I see it.
Is that it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
All right, thank you.
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. So a follow-up on that, can we disaggregate? Can you, I mean, is that allowable by law? That you can discriminate or disaggregate?
I'm looking back at our, I'm going to ask if our finance director has a response to that.
Or actually segregate is probably the better word, not discriminate.
Good evening, Luz Cafresi, Health Finance Director. Yes, you can tier your business tax licenses, and you can also look at other ways of charging them besides just number of employees and square footage. And so that would, when we take it out to a consultant, they can provide us some more information than that. I do have one clarifying question on the number of FTE. Does that include the owner or owners? An example is if you have 2 owners and 4 employees, they would not qualify. So that's, you don't need to make a decision now, but that's something to think about.
I think most of our small businesses are owned by one person. I mean, the really small ones. I would like to get a statistics on that, on how many of our 5,900 are really one person or less than 5, if we can categorize them into the number of employees. I think Palo Alto is based on square footage, but I think there's another city. I'm thinking of city Santa Clara, but San Jose is based on the number of employees there. We can get some guidelines from them. Yeah. Okay. Whatever less impact to the small businesses with less than 5 employees, that would be awesome.
Thank you, and we can research if there's any other best practices people have done to address that issue.
Thank you, Director Luz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Manager Matt.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Okay, and so just a comment. Didn't we go over this in last year, where we voted not to proceed?
We did discuss various potential revenue options in late 2023. We did a polling measure on a potential general obligation bond in late 2023, and we did, as a part of that agenda report, and I think it was in November 2023, did report back to the Mayor and City Council on various options, whether we wanted to do a general obligation bond for construction. We did include a potential business tax measure as part of that staff report. We also discussed continuation of Measure J. And ultimately, through those conversations, we decided at that time last year, this is last year already, at that time last year, to proceed with Measure J. And so I can look back at the actual council decisions, but I think that motion didn't exclude us from looking at the other opportunities like this or a geo bond again in the future.
Yeah, I remember we hired a consultant, and we decided not to go that route.
Correct. FM3, the same survey consultant you heard from before, surveyed our residents. Most of the survey was about a potential general obligation bond, and you need 2/3 of the voters to pass a general obligation bond, and we weren't there yet with the polling. We did ask 1 or 2 questions on potential sales tax, a potential business license tax measure at that time, but we didn't analyze it deeply in that survey. And so if we do move forward again, and we would come back to you again first, but if we do move this forward, we would, a next step, probably early next year, would be to talk to the voters again through a survey on options related to this. But again, we would come before you with an item for information and options and discussion before we did that.
Yeah, I just have a concern because, I mean, we're trying to do a job fair so that way we could provide jobs, but at the same time, we want to increase the business license. I know hasn't been updated, but to me, that to have businesses come here and give sales and provide sales tax, that to me, you get more money from that and you attract more businesses. So that's that balancing act. So anyway, I just want to make that comment. All right, next.
Can I have the presentation up? I have 2 more items. I'll try and go through them relatively quickly. Number 5 is a review of traffic conditions at Edsel and Rodswell. This was brought up by Mayor Montano in October. This would be to look at taking that, reviewing that intersection of Edsel and Roswell and considering converting it from a 2-way into a 4-way stop controlled intersection, and staff would evaluate, make sure to go through the proper professional studies to make sure that is warranted. That is important with any changes to traffic controls in the city, and would look at factors such as traffic volume, accident history, and site conditions. We have an estimated cost of $10,000 for this item, and I think we fully understand this one, so we're not seeking any clarification at this time. Next slide, please. Number 6 and the last one is pickleball feasibility study at Dixon Landing Park, recommended by Mayor Montano. This request is for a feasibility study for pickleball courts at Dixon Landing Park. Dixon Landing is an 11.4 acre park in northwest Milpitas. Estimated cost for a feasibility study, and it's because if we did a study for pickleball, we would also, at Dixon Landing, we would also want to make sure, because as we know, there's a lot of softball use at Dixon Landing Park as well. So we'd want to make sure we account for all the future potential uses for sports and other activities at this park, such as softball, pickleball, et cetera. We would need to look at parking, potential neighborhood feedback and impacts. And that's why the cost is as high as it is. If the mayor and city council do provide direction for this priority item, staff, as I mentioned, would recommend that the study include a review of existing sport uses, such as softball, as part of the study. And we could also discuss possible funding options if this is prioritized at our upcoming capital budget study session next month.
Thank you. We have Vice Mayor Chua. Councilman Chua. I still have to get used to not calling you Vice Mayor.
That's okay. The concern I have here is 50,000 for one site. Shouldn't be looking at the overall pickleball strategy for Milpitas. Because if we put 50,000 on Dixon Landing, what about another park? Another 50,000? And what about another park? Can we do a strategic plan overall and then just do it all at once?
Sure. I'd actually like ask Recreation Director Renee Lorenzen to take the first response to that. And I think she's online.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. And that's a great question. Initially, the Recreation and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan does call out a few sites and park areas for potential pickleball. If the council wanted to or was interested in a deeper assessment of those park sites that were called out in the plan, we could definitely take a look at that and come up with a more accurate cost estimate for all of those sites.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Director Lorenzen. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. And so can I have the presentation? Oh, sorry, Mayor.
No, I just was
okay. Have the presentation back up. So we're at the end, and I'll have a slide after this to talk about the voting process that follows our policy, the council approved policy. But as a summary, the recommendation this evening is to review the list, review the agenda items from the individual council members that we just went over the 6 slides for, and provide direction to staff through this voting process on which group items should be advanced. To remove the 2 items sponsored by a formal council member, provide additional input to staff if any, on group 1 items that receive the prioritization votes. And we actually have received a lot of that input already. And so we've taken down those notes. And then by a majority vote, approve the list of those items that you're about to prioritize.
Thank you. Can you repeat what those two items?
Sure, thank you. And so if I could go to the next slide. Um, So I will, so I don't know if it's showing up right now. IT Director Daniel Nam is, so
The
on
two-
your screen should be the list of items.
That we removed, right?
There's 6 items that'll show up on your screen. And so the item that we removed is still going to show up on your screen, but I would just, and that is,
How do we,
that's CC03, car impact fees for car transports. And I would just ask that all the council members not vote on it. And so it should be on all your screens. And Vice Mayor Barbadillo, I'm told, has a link that he will be using to do his votes.
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Following our policy, in the first round of voting, and we may just have one round, each member, we're asking you to prioritize your top 2 items of those 6 items. And again, we're asking if you could not vote on the car transport one.
so it's not 3 items, it's 2?
So
I thought
we would
had
ask,
decided
well,
3.
yes. So, but in the first round of voting, we will ask you to vote for your top 2. And according to the way we've typically done it, it would end if there's 2 that have the majority. But in the last couple sessions, you've requested that we vote for a third one. And so what I would suggest is we vote for those top 2. And then if you would like to, and if 2 come out as having the most votes, those are the top 2 that we would proceed with. And then if you want to do what you did last time as well and vote for a third after that, that's at your discretion, and we can definitely do that.
Yeah, I would prefer to do 3.
Okay.
And I want to, actually, I better ask my council members, is there a consensus on 3? We have yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do 3.
And typically the reason 2 had been the standard for a while is because of staff workload and the ability to work on a number of different things at once. But we'll definitely do our best to kind of implement these. And it also, to be honest, depends on which items move forward. Some items, even though they're more than 4 hours, aren't a tremendous amount of work. Some items on their own are a massive workload. But yes, we'll definitely take that direction for 3 items this evening, and then we can get back to you with schedules and implementation timelines for those items.
Yeah, and I think that's why we
afterwards
decided 3, because some of them might be less than 4 hours, and then you guys can decide which is.
Correct, and it also depends on if all 3 are on the same department. But anyways, I don't know if City Manager wanted to add.
I was just going to add, some are subject to budget constraints too, because they'll come back to you as part of the CIP budget process as well. Some of them have pretty significant price tags attached to them, and that would need to be at the at the council's discretion.
Okay. So if it works for you and Daniel, is it ready for them to go vote now, or?
Technically speaking, there's only 2, so I don't know if we can do 3 on the link, at least on the link that I have.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, can you repeat that?
I said on the link that was provided, at least on my end, there is only a choice of 2 votes.
Oh. Can you come to, you give us 1 minute to confer and then we'll fall back up.
Okay.
So our technology, sounds like Daniel is able to change it so that you can vote for your top 3. And so, okay, so, so all the items should be on your screen, and now it appears you have the ability to vote for your top 3.
Okay.
And it sounds like you have to refresh the page if you.
Okay. Yeah, it refresh. Are we voting now?
If you could vote for your top 3, and please do not vote for number 3, and please do not vote for the car transport one.
Okay.
Yes, please proceed.
Round 1 is open for voting. All right, all votes have been received, so let me. Um, I'm.
Oh, it refreshed.
All right, so I'll go through the results here. We have Mayor Montano has voted for CC1 analysis of permit process, CC2 job fair for city careers, and CC5 review of traffic conditions at Edsel and Roswell. Vice Mayor Barbadillo has voted for CC1 analysis of permit processes, CC2 job fair for city careers, CC5 review of traffic conditions at Edwell and Roswell. Councilmember Evelyn Chua has voted for CC1 analysis of permit process, CC2 job fair for city careers, and CC4 exploring modernizing the business tax rate schedule. Councilmember William Lamb has voted for CC1 analysis of permit process, CC2 job fair for city careers, CC4 exploring modernizing the business tax rate schedule, and Councilmember Lien has voted for CC1 analysis of permit process, CC2 job fair for city careers, and CC4 exploring modernizing the business tax rate schedule. The top winners, the top 3 were CC1 analysis of permit processes, CC2 job fair for city careers, and CC4 exploring modernizing the business tax rate schedule. That is all 3.
Okay. Thank you very much to our team. And with that, we would just ask the council as part of their direction to confirm the prioritization that the city clerk just read through, which is CC1, which is the analysis of city's permit process, CC2 job fair for city careers, and CC for the review of the business license tax.
All right, thank you very much. Is that it? for
Sorry.
that?
We would, if we could have a, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, if we could have a motion on this is not normally required, but because of the specific requirements that happen for the remote appearance that Vice Mayor Barbadillo is doing, we do need a roll call vote. So it would be the form of motion would be to confirm the list prioritization as stated by the city manager.
Okay, great. So we're going to confirm the prioritization list. We'll need a motion to accept the votes. It was moved by Councilmember Chua
Second.
and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And now we'll call for the vote. I heard him.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you very much. And also, the next item is the announcements. So City Manager, do you have any announcements?
I have one quick announcement. This Saturday at 6 p.m., the city will hold its annual Lunar New Year celebration. We're celebrating the year of the snake this year. And right before that, we will have the lights on City Hall, and there's an emblem that will go up on City Hall to as part of that celebration. So welcome all of the council members to attend here at City Hall Plaza, again, Saturday at 6 p.m. Thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you. Any council members that want to make any announcements? We have Councilmember Lynn.
Was going to announce the Lunar New Year celebration, but city manager did it, so thank you.
He beat you to the punch. Beat you to the punch. William Lamb, do you have any? Get you.
No, it's kind of interesting. This year is a square year. For those who are interested in math, this is a square year, which means, yeah, square year. Yeah, if you take the square root of 2025, it's 45. And then if you if you add up from 0 to 9, it's 45. And then if you square that, it's 25.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that that mathematical. Excuse me. Anyone else? I do want to make an announcement. So I want to thank our firefighters for going out to Los Angeles and doing and representing our city to really being out there and just helping them out. I mean, I really feel for the county of Los Angeles and the cities, but I'm glad that our firefighters, I want to thank our firefighters and our city for allowing them to go over there and help put out those fires. And again, everybody, happy Lunar New Year. We have Vice Mayor now.
Councilmember Chua.
Okay. I mean, Councilmember Chua. I mean, I have to get used to it. Okay,
I just want to thank Chief Gerard and the rest of the team, because I know this last few weeks have been a challenging one for you with all the issues that we have, but you guys came up on top. Thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more thing, I want to thank Vice Mayor Barbadillo for coming on and, out of your vacation and joining us in our city council meetings. Thank you very much for joining remotely. Are you there, Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Yes, Your Honor. Still up.
Okay.
I'm here.
Anyway, I want to thank you for coming out because that's a long ways from home. All right. Thank you so much and God bless you. Bye. So this meeting is adjourned.